了解ってなんだ。
Dia punya wifi dekat sini apa ya? So saya guna staff ke student lah kan? Tapi dia
Sister Shida, I made you the co-host, yeah?
Okay, Brother Syariah. Assalamualaikum, a very good morning. Brothers and sisters, minasan, ohayo gozaimasu. A very good morning to everyone. And I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Nurzaila Muhammad Noor, Deputy Dean of Academic and Internalization from Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, esteemed speakers, brothers and sisters. I am Nur Shidawati Abdul Rashid, a graduate student from Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, and I will be the session MC for today's event. Okay, before we start with our event, maybe I would just like to share a few house rules. And I would also like to applaud everyone for being on time. It is important for us to actually keep time, for us to participate actively and effectively in this event. And you are also encouraged to be present. We hope to have your undivided attention from start to end, as we have interesting topics lined up for you today. And also, let's exercise our roles and responsibilities as learners in this event. And also, we would also applaud that if everyone is respectful and while the presentation is ongoing. So let's keep our mics off, eyes on the screen, or the speakers, and ears open. So participants, you will get the opportunity to ask questions later. And also, if you have questions as they present, you may type them out in the chat box, and I will try to read them out later for you. For your own safety, it is important that we all take care of ourselves. So make sure you are hydrated, you have a bottle of water nearby, and also if you feel tired, take screen breaks. And also for the surrounding, if you're participating online from your home, so make sure that you are in a safe environment, and also make sure all your doors are locked. And if you're listening through a headphone or an earphone, be sure that you keep the volume to a level where you can still hear the background sound in case of any emergency. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, so let me maybe walk you through the agenda. So 9:30 we'll have the opening speech, and then sorry, we are actually running out a little bit out of time. So we will then start off with the first speaker, who will then set the contextual background on arts and climate change, reawakening the sense and sensitivity for action, by Professor Dr. Irina Safitrizan. And then we will continue with our speakers, two speakers from Japan, Professor Dr. Hiroko Shibakawa and Mr. Toshiyuki Shibakawa. They are going to be delivering a talk entitled "Today's Society Excavated 2,000 Years Later in the Future." And then we will continue with a talk entitled U4S Community Art Project by Associate Professor Dr. Khalila Zakaria. And the next one, and which will go on until 3:30, is the art workshop, which is on upcycling eco shopping bag by Associate Professor Dr. Izawati bin Tukiman. And 3:30 we'll go into closing remark, and then we will adjourn at 3:45. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, without much ado, I will like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Nur Zailawati Muhammad Noor, Deputy Dean of Academic and Internalization, to deliver the speech on behalf of the Dean of Kuliah of Architecture, Environmental Design and Environmental Design. Over to you, Dr. Nur Zailawati. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sister MC. So, hello everyone. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Salam Sijatru and Ohayo gozaimasu to the speakers and also the participants of the Art Climate Change webinar and workshop with the theme Art Climate Change for Actions. So, actually, I'm the representative for the Kuliah. So, our dean is not able to be here. So I would like to deliver some speech regarding to the webinar that has been held for today. So the event aimed to raise awareness on climate change via arts, which function as the inter and transdisciplinary platform for the practitioner and academia share their works to broader audience, cover the teachers, academic students, and community. And dear participants, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, defines climate change as the change in atmospheric temperature over a longer period of time, usually more than a decade. It may be due to a natural process or combination with the human activities. As we are aware, climate change is already impacting human life in myriad of ways, including by leading to death and illness from the increasingly frequent extreme weather events such as heat wave, storm, and floods. The disruption and food systems, increasing the zoonosis and food, water, and vector-borne diseases and mental health issues. The climate change also is caused by population displacement, especially in small island countries such as Fiji, Maldives, and the Solomon Islands. Though these countries have a low carbon footprint, but they are already begun to experience severe effect of climate change, such as flooding, erosions, and in some cases, the threat of the utter submersions. Soon, the term climate refugees, where the population is displaced due to impact of climate change, will not foreign to us anymore. And in Malaysia, actually has a fair share of crisis due to the climate change. Only last in December, we woke up to the news to our friend in urban settlement in Klang, Selangor, is very close from here, were devastated by the severe flood. And it was the urban area, which displaced more than 120,000 people. It was reported the flood was resulted in economic losses of between 5.3 million and 6.5 billion. Dear participants, addressing the intensity of the climate change issue as the climate crisis is crucial. Education for sustainable development has been mentioned in Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, as we know, at 4.7 as a tool to build awareness on the crisis that requirement of the empowerment on the knowledge, skill, values, and attitudes needed to stimulate action for behavioral change. And then I think in conjunction for this program is a part of collaboration research on climate change educations, which is in K8, it was led by the Dr. Irina. So CCC with the CCE collaborative research between Kuliah Architecture, which is our kuliah right now, from the International Islamic University, and Okayama University, which is, I believe that it have been established from 2021 until 2024, which is purposely to educate higher education institutions, community on climate crisis. I think in behalf of the kuliah, so we are really supportive in terms of this kind of the collaborations. Actually, in this webinar also, we have the students from our kuliah, which is taking the UNGS 1201, that purposely this course is for the sustainable developments, which is required the issues on principle and practice in IIUM. We also have the student eco club and other CCE participating countries in Asia, which include that art teacher in secondary school, join us also here today. The program also part of the 25th year celebration of K8, which is our kuliah was established in the last 1996, and the Sustainable Development webinar series of K8. So actually we have the continuous webinar series in our kuliah, and then this activity is much actually relating to the our vision in our kuliah. So we are very glad on behalf of the kuliah. On that note, I bid you all the best in the event and enjoy the workshops. And it is also not my hope, but also is our hope from the kuliah that this event will be launch pad of awareness raising and participatory action taken by the participants towards making an individual transformative lifestyle change. So I think with that words, I would like to end my speech. So thank you very much to the organizer. Terima kasih and arigato gozaimasu. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nurzaila, for your insights and overview on the session. Next, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the moment that we have all been waiting for, which is the sharing sessions of our esteemed speaker. To start the morning session, I would like to pass the session to Assistant Professor Dr. Irina Safitrizan. Dr. Irina will be providing the contextual background for the program. She will be sharing her insights in her talk entitled Art and Climate Change, Reawakening the Sense and Sensitivity for Action. The session is yours, Dr. Irina. Over to you.
Thank you, Sida. And also good morning and welcome for the Art Climate Change participants today. Yeah, sorry, I have to leave the other meetings to avoid the echo. Yeah. So as mentioned by Dr. Zaila, and thanks for the brief introduction about this project and also part of the collaboration and also process to spread this awareness on the climate change. In this session, we would like to introduce the art approach on how we can strengthen our awareness and also towards actions. Yeah. First of all, maybe if I may ask you a question, if it is not too early, yeah, almost 10 o'clock in the morning. So first of all, I would like to know whether how many of you are doing source separation or sorting out your waste, yeah? Or perhaps how many of you doing reuse at homes or in the office or anywhere, yeah. So you can put it your response, or you can indicate into your emoticon whether you can use the emoticon whether you are doing the source separation or sorting out your waste. May I know the response? May I get the response from the participants? Any of you? This is just trying to get to warming up, yeah, also at the same time. Yeah, can I get the response from the participant in this webinar? Yeah, if you look at on the slide, the picture beside this question is actually to indicate on how is the artist reuse this PET bottle, mineral plastic bottle as a art-based products. Yeah, and then this is also to show them that this PET bottle can be used for other purpose and to avoid this material to enter the landfill. Yeah, and the second question for this session: how many of you decide to use alternative mode of transport, such as public transport, to reduce carbon emission? May I get your response, please? Is there any? I know this is very hard decisions. I know is even for the recycling itself, which is very close to us. We are not sure whether we can do it, but reuse, perhaps we use this PET bottle for the same purpose. Yeah, it's easier. But for the transport, maybe it's a big decision, complex decision. If whether you want to sacrifice your convenience in order to reduce the carbon emission, to save the earth. So is there any response towards this? It's also another complexity, yeah? This is to show that climate change is complex problems and complex issues, same like any other environmental issues and problems, yeah? This is what we call it as a social cost, or whether we can sacrifice our convenience to save the earth, and then whether we want to make a more effort in order to sacrifice to save our planet. Yeah. So the picture on the here is also to indicate how is the used bicycle or broken bicycle can be used for other purpose, and also to convey the message that this bicycle can be an option for the future transportation. Of course, provided the bicycle pathway, the safety issues is not an issue to be the low carbon transport in the future. And next, I know that this you already very familiar with climate change, that this is not a short-term period because of effects, yeah. And we may not having this kind of problem if the past more than 10 years of effort is not doing the same things like what we did before. Yeah? So the science approach in order to give the awareness is to identify various gases that are related to our daily life. Yeah. from our flight, from our transportation, from waste, all of these are contribute to greenhouse gas effect, which is contribute to the global warming. And in this process that contribute to this climate change, of course. And the global surface temperature, for this picture, we are also receive the indication that if we are only natures that involve in our life, and then we are not causing any effect into our planet, worst effect to our planet, so we may not be having this global surface temperature or global warming. But if you look at on the global surface temperature, this data statistically shows that our human and natural drives also contribute to this increase of the temperature. And the records for the last 15 years to shows the increase in terms of the degrees of the warming effect of the planet from our activity, what we call it as an anthropogenic effect. Yeah? And of course, it's not only for the environment, that impact is exaggerating into the social and economic impact. If you look at on this image, yeah, the cost of adapting coastal areas to rising sea levels is also create another cost for us. Yeah, we may not be able to calculate all of this, but in specific in the scientific effects, all of these are actually contribute to the global warming effects. And then there is, of course, there is a shrinking productivity of harvest. We are having prices of basic foodstuff and consumer goods will rise because of this transportation issue, extreme meteorological phenomena, disease spread due to the higher temperature. Fresh water also will be difficult to get, especially in the urban area. And we will having more flood also in the future, hotter area, certain area, hotter temperature. So all of these also increase the spread, the effect, and affect our social and economic impact to our life today. So this kind of impact that actually the art is trying to highlight, and then using it, this intensity, to make the effort to give awareness to the public and audience in the bigger part. So if you look at again on the effect of climate change, we are very now the social media and also the media has already given this effect of climate change into our life, and then scientifically it's already documented, and greenhouse gas effect is also warming our planet, and the carbon dioxide is dominating 70%. This the gases that contribute to this global warming. Yeah. So the calculation for this global warming is using the global warming potential, which is where we are using it to measure how much is the GHG contribute from the various activity of the humans. And again, if we are trying to identify whether you know that is the daily life has contributed to global warming or towards the climate change, yeah? Perhaps not many of us are realized that, then most of us perhaps will indicate that deforestation, flood is also another effect, and then the various causes also contribute to this climate change and global warming. But if you look at on the picture on the total annual GHG emission, it shows that energy, waste, and also land use deforestation is contribute for this annual GHG emission. So from this statistical data, scientific data is actually to help the artists also to measure that and can use as a basis that this kind of effect can be emulate or display in various way by using the artist effect. Yeah, the artist works. Okay, so I just asked my student in UNGS Sustainable Development courses, what are the climate change cause and effects? So of course, if you look at on these various response from the students, they mentioned about the landslide and flood because of deforestation and unsystematic drainage systems, most of the effects towards the climate change already knows about this effect, but however, none of them already indicates that the effect is also actually originally also contribute from our daily life. So this is what the message that I'm trying to deliver today or convey today, that we may have this kind of effect, but this is the result from our daily life practice that we are not aware also that contribute to these effects of global warming. So the other awakening or message that trying to respond on the global warming is actually to give the awareness that our daily life or daily habits is also contribute to this global warming. So various platform in the Google and the internet also having this message clearly, and also trying to persuade the consumer also to try to control your energy usage and learn how to do the recycle or reuse, reduce the waste, and then perhaps to upcycle. This upcycle is we will do it in our workshop today, this afternoons, yeah. And then we are also perhaps need to change our traveling in order to decrease global warming. But again, the message is how much we can sacrifice, yeah. And then we used to stop using single-use plastics, change our eating. So in part of that, we are most aware that yesterday is stated that we will put the polluter pays principle, meaning that once you use the plastic bag, you have to pay. So this is actually the message that trying to reduce the use of plastic in order to mitigate and then to avoid this, to reduce the carbon emissions. Yeah? And then the other various way also on how we try to propose the carbon offset. For example, if you want to travel for certain distance, and then how you can plant the trees in order to reduce the carbon by compensate with our trees. Yeah, but of course, this is not a direct effect, but this is at least the beginning on how we are in a global movement trying to do this carbon offset in order to reduce our carbon emission of our life. Yeah. So the message behind it is actually we are trying to support these sustainable development goals for education for all, especially on target 4.7, where the education for sustainable development is mentioned as a key point, a key efforts to empower the learners in order to take responsible actions. Yeah? So this target 4.7 we'll use in our project on how we can educate the public as a whole. And UNESCO also defined this ESD is actually as a means to integrate the sustainable development issues in our teaching and learnings. Yeah. So one of the key sustainable development issue is climate change. That is why we have this webinar and also the focus for our project. And of course, the idea is actually to motivate and empower learners to change their behavior and take actions. Yeah. So by having this Sustainable Development Goals 4 and also 13, in order for us to take actions, yeah, but we are also need to develop the knowledge and capacity to meet this climate change. That is another reason why we have this webinar, and of course, to strengthen the resilience and adaptive capacity for us to be more climate-friendly life in our life. Yeah. And ESD also is part of the 21st century learning actually. So that is why we are also having this participatory workshop in order to introduce you perhaps as a teachers and also the lecturer, perhaps you need more participatory approach in order to not only to introduce about the knowledge, but also to get certain skills. And at the same time, we are also trying to learn how to live together by respecting the norms from others, community and society. That we have different cultures. Yeah? Perhaps the Japanese one, we will learn after this how they also at the same time works together with the community by using art. Yeah? And then learning to be the perspective that we have is actually we are in part of the global citizen. this will be another motivation for us to move in the same direction towards the same goals and objective. And learning to become is also an action that we need to be part of the global citizens. Yeah. And the principle of the SD also another things that we will use in our approach in our projects. Yeah. And we have the core competency and the integration of sustainability in university and education. This is how we develop this UNGF, the student involved in this project. Yeah? So the knowledge of the principle of the ESD involving, of course, is not only the scientific knowledge, and we have also includes the local and tacit knowledge and the issues such as climate change. This is why we are integrate these climate change issues and trying to promote certain skills in order to be part to solve the problems and having the perspective and values. This is where we are trying to introduce the new social norms that can be applied in our campus. Yeah, remember that yesterday the Ministry of Environment, yeah, it's also mentioned that campus will be one of the important cluster for us to contribute to this as in each country's member countries. Yeah, and for 5 SD core competency, this is why we need to have system thinking to for competencies for the students to look at on the problems holistically and futures anticipatory on how we can mitigate the future from our action today, normative values, strategic thinking, and how we can inculcate also interpersonal and implementation competency by having interdisciplinary in this case is our webinar where we are trying to combine the scientific climate change courses and combine with the arts, social, humanistic approach. And of course, teaching art and teaching the technique for the teacher is the ability to capacity to think creatively and the capacity to make connections. So this is sometimes the artists have their creativity and their own way on how to deliver the message through the artworks that we will have the example from our Japanese Okayama expert this morning. Yeah? So the Mexico City Declaration of the Cultural Policies in UNESCO also mentioned that in its wider sense, culture may not be said to be the whole complex of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features. So that is characterize certain society. Yeah? So perhaps in Malaysia, the Malay, the Chinese have their own characteristic compared to the Japanese. So we would like also to co-learning each other on how this cultural aspect can be co-learning each other through the arts. And of course, fundamental rights of this is the human being, the value of the system and the tradition and the belief. Yeah? So one of the example for the street arts by using to introduce the climate change and awareness, create awareness is where the arts and humanities itself has critical role in engaging the people. So this is why we are also trying to propose this art climate change in order to engage the students, the publics, yeah, that we can use art climate change, the street art, the art sculpture, or any other forms of art, the visual art, theater, yeah, or music that can help us in provide the space for creative imagination, experimentation, and perspective. Yeah. We would like also to use art in order to transform the emotions. For example, concerning people have more intensity and they will deliver into various forms. For example, music that can awakening our sense and towards the action, to create actions, and of course to share the responsibility, share responsibility, the share care and solidarity and the same values. So integrating art-based methods and climate change for the education engagement is actually a means to expand on how is the young people's imagination or people's imagination also can create empowering new scenario for transformative actions. Yeah? So not only that, this picture is also another way to smartly that indicate we are keep producing the CO2 orange balloon, yeah, from our car transport, from our deforestation activity. Yeah. And I would like also to share with you several artists that are already work towards this. Yeah, it becomes a global tools also on how this social media, the internet also helps in spreading this awareness, this spirit. Yeah. So this is the Singaporean artists that are using this, that collect 500 kg of ocean plastic. Can you imagine? And then they create the plastic ocean installation, and then as if we are in underwater, and then can you imagine how is your experience? You are live underwater, and then you are surrounding by plastic waste. Yeah? When I was has a conference in Venice, they are also having this kind of exhibitions, yeah, in Kavos University in 2014. Yeah? They have this box exhibitions, a very big box. You enter that, but actually inside it is actually like this kind of exhibitions. You feel that you are underwater, and then you are surrounded by the plastic waste. Yeah? And then this is another Icelandic Danish artist, Olafur Eliasson is also another artist activist. They're trying to create ecologically minded sensorial experience. So this, through his traveling in the glacial ice, they capture the Greenland that to show in the Paris Climate Change Conference, that this is to show the melting of glacier is closer to the home, especially on these Greenslands. Yeah? And from this paint also, the water paints, yeah, this is also to show the intensity of the deforestation, and then also white fire in the forest. Yeah? And from the forest, we move into the temperature or sea level rise, where this Arctic sea ice and other major climate indicators have made appearance in the Peltos artwork. So this is also a local climate stories that he share on how it can be part of the pieces of the artworks through this for the global awareness. Yeah? And this is also another picture that if you realize we use it as a backdrop in our posters, yeah, is to show that Venice also predicted to be one of the island that having a sinking, yeah, reduce in terms of water levels, yeah, and then it shows the people that will seeking for help, yeah, in order to as a response, as a effect from the climate change. Yeah? And the sculptures also shows that how is this water, the species of the fish, the big fish that are consume plastic waste, is very, very sickening and very sad to look at this. But this is also another sculpture that trying to deliver the message for the public. Yeah? And then there's also another sculptures that show that, yeah, the climate conference conference on Paris on climate change, yeah, every 2 years, where each country submit this biannual report, where Malaysia also is submitting country to show that the conference people here, the high level forums that keep talking, discuss about this climate change, but they don't realize that the sea level rise it keeps increasing. Yeah? So that's all for my presentation, and I would like to share with you the art visual performance from one of the Greenpeace video that may help to improve our awareness. So Can you hear the voice?
You may not be sharing your sound, Dr. Irina.
Yeah, I just changed. Yeah, the pianist is trying to convey the state tone or the situation in the artist that actually needs the people to act on it. Yeah, with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Miss Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Irina. Okay, let me just share my screen. Would you mind? Okay, thank you. Thank you for a very interesting sharing, Dr. Irina there. And on well, you actually is such an eye opener on how arts can be the medium of expression towards educating and empowering the society on impacts of climate change. So I believe the question of the day here is that are we willing to make that transformative lifestyle change, regardless how inconvenient it may be? Maybe there is something take-home message that you can think about for today. I'd like to maybe read a few sharing in the chat box. Dr. Iza says that she's doing recycling at home. training her kids to do recycle since they are young. Yes, and also Amir from the audience was saying that he uses LRT and MRT sometimes. Great job. And also Dr. Iza also takes the LRT and MRT because to avoid traffic congestion. And I remember I used to do that when I go to work. And every time I see that I am moving on the train and people are stuck on the road, I feel very good. So I think that is some feel good feeling that you have if you were to get motivated to use the transport once in a while. Okay, let's move on to the next session, which is also very interesting sharing by two special speakers from Japan. Assistant Professor Dr. Hiroko Shibakawa and Mr. Toshiyuki Shibakawa. Sorry. Hiroko Sensei and Toshi Sensei will be sharing their views on climate change from the arts perspective. And Hiroko Sensei is from Okayama University, Japan. And Toshi Sensei is from Shujutsu Junior College. Hiroko Sensei to Toshi Sensei, dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Over to you.
どうぞよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。アサラムアライクン。
アサラムアライクン。
アライクン。はい。
So, let me start with our presentation. Can I share my slides? Here we go. Can you share my slides?
もうちょっとね。ここね。
Is this okay? Shida-san, is this okay?
You may want to put it on slide mode, Sensei.
Well, I think this is okay, because yes, we want to see the whole picture all the time. So,
all right.
If that's okay with you,
we are okay.
All right. And in the chat box, I have already sent the lecture materials that helps to understand our contents of the talk today. So please kindly check the chat box and receive the document if you like. Okay. So let us start. So let's start. We will do it together. So, okay. どうぞ。
はい。皆さん、こんにちは。美術家の柴川です。今日はお招きいただきましてありがとうございました。マレーシア、インドネシア、たくさんの皆さんに私のアート活動についてお話しできることを嬉しく思っています。
So, greeting from Japan. This is Toshiyuki Shibakawa. He is the artist. We are very grateful for this opportunity, and we are very happy to meet many people from Malaysia and Indonesia, and we would like to talk about our artistic activities that we have ever done.
今日はテーマは気候変動とアートという興味深いものです。自分の作家人生を振り返ることができました。どうもありがとうございました。
So today's theme, art and climate change, is very unique and interesting to us too. And it was a very good opportunity for us to reflect what we have been doing for this year. And we very synthesized with the interesting topic today.
そこで今日はこの時間を使って、私の美術活動のコンセプト、着想についてお話ししていきたいと思います。
So he will talk about his artistic activities and how he produced his artworks.
ちなみにこの写真は、2000年後に発掘された、地球の化石、地球の姿です。
So this is a photo of the Earth excavated in 2000 years later in the future.
はい。 じゃあいいよ。
Okay.
好き。Okay.
So this is Toshi's atelier,
はい
and he's creating many fossilized artworks here. And
今、岡山にここ
we
住ん
live
で
in
ます。
Okayama. Okayama is located here in Japan.
で広島にも長い間住んでました。
Also, he has been resident in Hiroshima for many years.
はい。That's
Okay, so first of all, we will talk about the concept of our artistic activities. So, why 2000 years later in the future?
2000年後は皆さん何世紀だと思いますか？
Do you know what century is 2000 in the future in the later?
1世紀を100年と考えると、41世紀になり
So
ま
one
す。
century is 100 years. So then 2000 years later will be the 41st century.
で、まあ、僕は、これ、2000年後の未来から現代社会を考えるということをやっていると思います。
So I have been working on this theme that to think about our modern society from the perspective of 2000 years later in the future.
で、これね、そのきっかけとなったのが2つの遺跡との出会いです。
So the cornerstone of my artistic practice is my encounter with two lost archaeological sites. One of them is Pompeii in Italy, where Toshi studied abroad.
もう一つは、さっきの広島、いいよ。
Okay,
ポンペイ
so
ポンペイ
in Pompeii, many of you may have known already, but there is a Vesuvius mountain, and it's exploded about 2,000 years ago. And a human are in 1 minute or in a few minutes, they became devastated. The explosion of the volcano like this.
で2000年前に自然災害でだったんだけど、それをそのまんま2000年後スライドさせて、現代を考えてみようと。
So this was 2,000 years ago. Then I thought maybe today's society could be excavated like this in 2,000 years later. So
なぜなら当時はポンペイ、今の時代とあんまり変わらない時代。
Okay.
でもう一つ。
So I was very impressed by the traces of a civilization that had suddenly vanished, and it has been forgotten for many years. And then another archaeological site is in Hiroshima. It's Kusado Sengencho site.
ここは大洪水で沈んでしまった町と。
It was believed to be sunk by the huge flood. This is Kusado Sengencho site in Hiroshima.
今から600年前。
Around 600 years ago.
日本の、まさに日本のポンペイだと感じた。
And this is called Japan's Pompeii. So he thought that this is very similar to the Pompeii excavation. And in 1948, they have started excavation.
かつてニューヨークタイムズでも、東洋のポンペイとして紹介されました。
It was also introduced by New York Times newspaper that it's Asia's Pompeii. And in Hiroshima Prefecture Museum of History, they exhibit and restored and exhibit the things in ruins of the Kusado Sengencho. So he thought in today's world of rapid globalization, climate change, and international problems, today's society is even more dangerous situations than in Pompeii. And because we have more human-oriented disasters than ever. So for example, nuclear, global warming, and war, and etc. So he wanted to express the future that no one can predict exactly 2,000 years from now. So it's going to be a world without answers through fossil artworks.
ちょっとこれ言っていい？この2000年後をテーマにして今30年になりますと。
So it's been over 30 years that he has decided to do this thing.
その間にもう、
But even in 30 years, there are so many natural disasters and human-oriented disasters. For example, in Japan, we had Great Eastern Earthquake and Hanshin Awaji earthquakes. And you know, in Indonesia, there was a Sumatra earthquake and so many disasters. Not only the natural disasters, we have the nuclear power plant accidents too. And currently we have wars everywhere in the world. So, secondly, I will show you how we produce fossil artworks. So it's going to be artistic techniques to encourage participants to imagine the future remains of 2,000 years later.
最初はこれよな。学生時代の広島に住んでてってやつ。もう写真ないんだ。
Okay.
最初はこれな。
So we don't have pictures, but Toshi is from Hiroshima University, and his family resident in Hiroshima. So when he was a student, he was an oil painter, and he tried to express the buildings that was destroyed by the atomic bombs dropped by the U.S. Army in 1945.
そして草野宣言と出会って。
And then he happened to encounter the Kusado Sengencho site, and then decided to create the excavation site of 2,000 years later in the future. So this is the starting point of his career as an artist. So I will show you some pictures here.
で、これね、よく見るといろんなものが。
If you take a look at this artwork, you will see some things that is very familiar with our life, like keys and watches, and these are the music tapes we don't use anymore, but Plutarch's, and this is Mosquito Horse, and here. So this is he tried to express the excavation site of the modern society. So this is a series of artworks. So you see many familiar things.
そういうのを探しながら、発掘現場を体験してもらう作品、インスタレーションでした。
So the participants and viewers can experience the excavation site of the 41st century. So, and then he tried to have the ink impression, so using the rubber rollers. And this is canvas cloth. 写真が。
で、その次は、そこから出土したものを作り始めた。
And then he started to have fossils, to create fossils excavated from the ruins of the modern society. So I'll show you some pictures.
こんなふうに博物館的に展示をしていた。
And he put these objects in the museums, like history museums in the future.
現代の身近なものね、こんなふうに。
Our familiar things might be exhibited in the future like this. So, okay.
これは、
and
さっきの博物館でこちら美術館。
This is art museums of the future. He tried to express. So maybe in the 41st century, people see excavated objects of our time, and they may think this is a sculpture, but it's a kind of trophy. And this is picture frame of Monet's water lilies, but they might think this is kind of dish tray.
でもこうやって額縁と一体化して出てくると、お盆と間違えられるかもね。
もういいんですか。はい。Okay.
で、次
And
は、
then
出土品。
he also tried to collaboration display with the real artifacts from the historical sites like this. And look at this picture. This is the fossils, but it's mixed. And then this one is a real arrowhead of the ancient time excavated in Japan. And this is some of you may have known, but this is Tamagotchi fossilized. And another thing is here.
ウルトラマンとちっちゃい仏像。
The Japanese animation movie, Ultraman, and these are これなんか
昔の
the
ブッダ。
small Buddha icons. これも This one too. And
同
it
じ色
is
として使
looking
う
the same. So he tried to paint things looking exactly the same as the real artifacts. Do you know these? These are remote controllers,
釘と
and
携帯で
this is a cell phone
釘。
of the older type, and this is a nail.
同じ色として
So
使うね。
it looking at the same color and same texture. Okay. Do you know this one? This is a Cupid doll,
子供たちがこう混ざ
and
ってるん
kids
です。
are confused and they are thinking, oh, which era is this? That can Cupid be excavated in 2000 years ago? Think they're saying something like that. So this is a fun exhibition, mixture with some ancient things. It's an ancient pot.
こ
And
の辺
these
飛
are-
ばして。
okay.
で、なんでこんなことをするかという、まあ、もうこの辺飛んで、
うん
今の2000年後から見たら今も過去
うん
同じ。
So why I am doing
Well,
this
that's
is thinking in the 41st century, looking at the things excavated from the ruin. They think 2000 things from 2000 ago, like in Pompeii era, and the things from our time, it could be looking the same to the people in the future. So that's why he tried to exhibit these things mixed together and let the participants to imagine.
なんでこんなことをするかというと、考古学が進んでるから、
うん
同じ現代の思想から出てくる難しい名前で。
Okay.
歯ブラシ。
Yeah.
あとはし、
No.
まあ、これ青い地球が化石になっていくやつね。
He is trying to express the blue earth is going to be fossilized as a whole.
だんだん化石化してきた。この辺とか。あ、これなんか、いいよね。
Okay, this is a quite impressive one that he did the exhibition of the real things, daily things, and the fossilized things of our daily lives, so that the participants can see both world, real world, and the world in the 41st century. Okay, so let's go to the next. Okay, then we go to the next stage. So he also started to create the excavation site of the 2000 years later in the future in another type, like
作り方説明してないけど、
this.
集合体が。
So he tried various ways of displaying. So he said he never produced fossils. What he does is to express the world of the 41st century through pictorial techniques. So he considers one layer to be 100 years. So he repeats the process of painting directly to the things like this, and letting it dry 20 times with handmade paints. That paints includes sands or stones, seashells or bricks, or etc. And then he almost spent a year in the museum's storage rooms researching the colors and the textures of authentic archaeological findings. And so, any comments? Okay. And then let's go on to the next stage. So it's applications. So he has also developed these postularized works into workshops so that we created the programs to encourage all participants to imagine our future and ourselves as a creator of the sustainable society. And we have several versions of the workshops. So one of them is a workshop of the 41st century. So ink impression, takuhon, rubbing, using rubber roller. So it will, it is copying and preserving the archaeological sites of the 2000 years later in the future. So it is called takuhon in Japanese. And how we do is we bring papers to the installations, and we use black ink and rubber rollers. And then they rub it onto the paper. And then also he tried to bring the familiar things under the papers, familiar modern things, so that he can quickly make the postularized artworks like this. He did even the train. It's a train part. So we can do it in various locations. And even at the at the trucks. Okay. And we also do the stash familiar objects and excavate them with a rubber roller. So it's a type B workshops. It goes like this. He is using the canvas cloth, and he put things under the canvas cloth. And imagine this rubber roller is a kind of scope to excavate. So they are trying to pretend like excavation sites stuffs. Then, this was done in the real archaeological sites in Aomori Prefecture. And we did even human fossils. And after that, we displayed it in museums like this. Here, we also tried to make the human fossils with a professional dancer. She's a professional dancer, and we did like this. It looks like here, and exhibited in museums with postularized artworks. And then also laid the canvas cloth onto the gym, and she danced on the canvas cloth. We also did the workshop with the disabled children, and we tried to make the rubber roller longer so that the people on the wheelchair can do the ink rubbing. Here, there, and exhibit it in the museums. And we also did with different colors. Okay. And another type of the art project is this. This one is quite impressive and big project that it took so many years to prepare and do it. So it was an outreaching exhibition, and it was also participatory, and we had many collaboration with schools. So canvas cross is also used in this city, and the artworks are exhibited for 1 month in the shopping street of Hiroshima Prefecture. And it is looking like a dragon, because in this Onomichi city, there was a legendary story about dragon. And this is a map of the Onomichi city and shopping street. And there is mountainous road to the shrine temple. It's a temple on the top of the mountain. So it's 1 kilometer, and it's 1 kilometer shopping street. And the road to the temple is also 1 kilometer. And he thought it is looking like a kind of dragon, like this. So he thought the top of the temple road is a kind of future, and middle of the road is today's work, and then the beginning of the road is kind of past. Because in Japanese legendary stories, dragon lives in past, present, and future, and they go back and forth and back and forth. So based on this story, he did the workshop with many different participants. And this is a temple. And the steps to the temple, many people just jumped in and joined the works. And it is looking like a dragon. So there are so many people enjoyed this workshop and try to help and support to exhibit into the top of the temple. Then this is the the time that when they finished displaying this cloth, it's just a coincidence that there was a cloud. It's just looking like a dragon. It's mysterious, isn't it? So also he did fabric production installation at shopping street, and like this. So there were many collaboration shops, and also workshop works were exhibited in the museums. These are the artworks by the kids, and around 2,000 kids have participated in this workshop, and then the artworks are exhibited in the street of the town. And it's a dragon mother or father, and then it's a kid's dragon, baby dragons, hanging in the shopping street. And it was exhibited even in the inside of the shops here, like this. And also he did mobile workshop wagon. It's called the Rogio. So just they can just drop in and experience these workshops with Japanese papers. No, the canvas cloth, sorry. And then also he did the eco bag of the future project. So they have created the artworks like this. Can you see? It's a logo mark of the museum, and they were displayed in the Onomichi City Museum. So how we created the eco bag is tried to reopen the art canvas cloth and then cut it, and they draw something on the kendama's board. And then they used the machine to make a bag. And also they did another ink rubbing with the Mosquito Horse. See? And then they enjoyed shopping, walking down the shopping street with the eco bags. And also some of them are exhibited in the museum. It's the same thing. Okay. これから。して。あんまり時間かな。Okay. Another workshop type is back coloring of the Japanese papers. So he used the Japanese papers, and also you can color the reverse side of the paper, imagining the 2,000 years later. Toshi tried to encourage the kids to imagine the future, and then they draw this.
裏からやることによってステンドグラスに黒が生き生き。
Okay. And exhibited in the museums, and they did night museums so that parents and kids can come again to see and find their artworks here. That's similar.
窓の大きさが変わると。
They did also the stained glass exhibition. And another interesting thing is that Toshi led the students and the teachers to develop the art workshop works into many different types of artworks. For example, they utilized this paper into the how to say this? This is happy in Japanese. It's a cloth, kind of a cloth.
ステンドグラスで剥がしたやつを再利用。
So they have recycled the art workshop artworks into something can be used in math class. So this is a work by the grade 4 student, and grade 3 student made this one, and these are the things. Okay, so at the end of the workshop, he always asked the participants, which one do you want for the future? Fossilized art or green and blue art? So that the participants can imagine. Most of them, of course, likes this one, but we tell them that it's you that who decides the future, not anyone else. So that's the message from us in the art workshops. So lastly, we will show you the summary of our artistic activities. It's the potential of art as ESD and climate change education. So we would like to introduce Planet Home exhibition at Tsunagi Art Museum in Minamata region, Kumamoto. And Tsunagi town was long suffered by the Minamata disease. It's a mercury polluted water contamination during the post-war period of rapid economic growth. I hear that the same disease are also happening in South Asia, like Indonesia. I'm not sure, but if you know, let me know. And it is no exaggeration to say that Japan's ESD began here. So Tsunagi Museum of Art is very famous now. It's a small public museum, but nationally renowned art museum with a mission to regenerate the city scarred by Minamata disease through art. Then the museum has been developing various art projects with the participation of local residents. And the first exhibition in that country on the theme of ESD was held in 2018. I was a guest curator, and we used Toshi's artworks here. So the ESD themes exhibition, Spoku no Okusan, it means my wife, and Toshiyuki Shibakawa Planet Home exhibition was here. And we also, so how did we connect ESD with art is the exhibition raises a number of issues. One of them is a problem within the nuclear isolated family. So in Japan, the declining birth rate has led to a shift to nuclear families, while the burden of child care and housework is disproportionately placed on women, as women's participation in society has been promoted. But my family, we are no exception. So, however, we are trying to say that this is a wrong way of development of our society, and not the fault of our own, and which has prioritized the economy and neglected human type and the human mission of bringing up children. Moreover, in such modern households, like here, more and more plastic products are also used in large quantities. As Irina mentioned before, Dr. Irina mentioned before, and such a lifestyle is not sustainable at all because it does not lead to the next generation. And number two, the issue number two is care. So nurturing and caring for others is another issue in Japan, and now being put aside rather than at the heart of society. Japan is increasingly dependent on low-paid service providers such as child care workers and carers and foreign workers. So does this really bring happiness and sustainable livelihood? Our question is here, and we tried to represent our controversy issues of care in our society with modern things. And lastly, so this contradictory way in which we are developing also slows down our response to climate change. And this raises the question of whether our response to climate change does not require more robust technology, but requires cultural transformation, a change in our values, and our connection to nature that does not produce plastic products in the first place. So number three, the contradiction of development presented by the artwork, this Prometheus tree. Prometheus was a trickster of Greek mythology who took fire from the god and gave it to humans. But in the world of environmental politics, those who does not believe in climate change and who insist that resources will not run out and seeks to further develop economic activity are called Prometheans. So we are impressed by the Japanese philosopher's book titled The Japanese Who Are No Longer Fooled by Foxes. We place the fox in the tree, and if you closely look at the artworks, you see the many daily products with the fossil fuels. It's a game machine though, but airplane and cars and electric bulbs, devices, and CDs, and also around it, inter-window object symbolizing fossil fuels-based technologies such as cars. So climate change has also caused Japan to experience heavy rainfall disasters every year. So that year of 2018 too, Okayama was severely affected and witnesses a large amount of plastic waste being spread around the trees in the middle of a river. So the tree looked like one of such trees, as one museum curator described it. So finally, we believe again that exhibitions and artworks are not the answers, but questions of what is sustainability, why it is not sustainable now. And we attempted to create an exhibition that would trigger people to think about such questions. So we believe that by looking at the present day from the future in the 41st century, we can gain some hints for solving the problems. And fossil artworks will look differently with different times and places and contexts. So therefore, this artist would like to continue creating the fossils of the today's society. So lastly, this is the website URL of Toshiyuki. So please check if you have time, and the website will look like this. So any additional comments? なんか追加ありますか?
Perfect.
Okay, so that's all from us. Sorry for the time, but I think we would like to receive any comments and questions from you. Okay.
大原には流してアフレで見てね。
Participants, if you have questions or comments, you feel free to ask them over the mic, or you can just write your comments in the chat.
Shida-san, do we have still time a little, like 5 minutes?
We have time, Dr. I think we can.
Okay, we have something to show you. It's a video of our workshop and exhibition. Is it possible?
はい、どうぞ。
どうぞ。じゃあちょっと見せましょう。まだ時間。Okay. I hope you enjoy.
理由をテーマにね。大原美術館なんかわからない。コメントしたんだけど。
It's an 80th anniversary with the Ohara Museum of Art, Japan's very famous art museum located in Kurashiki City, Okayama. And many kids, elementary school and teachers, and the university student staffs supported to create 7,000 lampshades to try to express the dragon of that bridge. It's a kind of training for the staffs to support these workshops. And we went to the kindergarten. He shows Doraemon's postures to the kids and things to the elementary school. So we can, they can quickly create the fossilized box. Yes.
Button. ここまで来ました。戻ろうとする力で針をつける。 癖をしちゃうと、戻ろうとしなくなる。練習です。やってくれる。
それから叩きすぎると、ピニャッとなりますからね。軽くしてください。では、行きましょう。せーの。
皆さん見たことない。
スクリーンして。
最後見てください。ここですよ。皆さん見てよ。
多分ね、スクリーンでやってる。手が見ながら。
Very patient.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you for taking your time.
先生どうもありがとうございま
Thank
す。
you very much.
Thank you very much.
テレマカシー。
テレマケシ。
テレマカシー。
Thank you for sharing such an interesting perspective on climate change with us this morning. I find it very thought-provoking. What impressed me the most was the part where Toshi Sensei managed to get everyone involved in the activity of drawing of the dragon, and then it was then displayed in public spaces. So that's very interesting. Participants, if you have comments or questions, please feel free to type them out in the chat. And I will try to read them out after end of the session. I've noticed that we have two questions. One is, one comment from Dr. Khalila. Beautiful project. Thank you for sharing them with us. And then Dr. Iza has also a question, interesting sharing. How did you encourage the community to join you in this art project? Or maybe Hiroko Sensei, Toshi Sensei would like to share that that formula of success. Over to you.
I think I'm asking Toshi, but I think the secret is that everyone will enjoy the process of the workshop. So when we do the workshops, we just don't let the museum staffs to do the workshop. We kind of have preliminary sessions before the workshop, so that the workshop staffs also enjoy the process of creating art. Then the participants will see these staffs are also enjoying. Then there will be kind of not a rumor, but there will be good evaluations to workshops. So many teachers and students will join and participate and then create the workshop. And another key point is that to exhibit the outcomes at the public places. That is most important, because not just bringing the artworks at home, but also that will be exhibited in the public places. Then the people see it, And then the more people would like to come to the museums to join such activities. I think there are two kind of secrets to engage the communities.
そのためにはこうイメージを僕がね、こう伝える。
So he is making a great effort to express the images of the 41st century. So he does many things. He's kind of acting like a time traveler or some familiar doctors from the future. So he goes like, oh, I am from the 41st century and I'm an archaeologist in the 41st century. I have seen Doraemon fossils in the future, things like that. So children will go like, oh, really? Okay, did this respond to your question?
Yeah, thank you, Hiroko Sensei and Toshi Sensei. Dr. Irina, you have a question?
I think the same question with Dr. Ida just.
Right. Okay, so you have actually answered both questions. All right. Okay. On that note, thank you again. Domo arigatou gozaimasu, Sensei. Osukaresama deshita.
ありがとうございました。I will show the URL of Toshi's website and the YouTube URLs in the chat box later. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So participants, you can access the URL of Toshi Sensei in the chat box. Please pay attention to that. So we've come to the next session. Are we continuing, Dr. Irina? Yeah. All right. So our next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Khalila Zakaria. She's going to share a talk entitled U4S Community Art Project. Dr. Khalila is from Department of Landscape and Architecture from Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design. Over to you, Dr. Khalila.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen first. Okay, you're able to see this?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, konnichiwa. Thank you thank you to the organizer for inviting me to share about the community project that we are currently doing with our nearby community. It's really amazing and inspiring to see the sharing by the previous speakers and to see the artworks. And then also, I guess, to share the process, because I also believe that the process is as important as the outcome. So what I will be sharing today, U4S stands for University for Society, and it is a community art project that we did as part of a knowledge transfer program at a PTR community in Gombak Setia. Gombak Setia is about 10 minutes from our campus in IUM, and PTR is actually a public housing area. So this project is funded by a University for Society grant from the ministry and also from our university, IUM, on a knowledge transfer grant. And as you see the logos here, these are our partners, which is the first one is the youth club of the community. And then we recently have, we are collaborating with Pfizer as they also engage in CSR and community program. And also an NGO called Adab Youth Garage, which is an NGO that has worked with numerous youth and at a public housing area. So we also wanted to learn from them. Oh, sorry. So first, I'll share with you my project members. So we are a team of multidisciplinary academics from IUM. Our backgrounds range from landscape architecture, computer engineering, communication, and industrial design. So these are my project team member, always enthusiastic and energetic when working together in this project. So the project aim is we wanted to propose a knowledge transfer program to empower community-based creativity for the youth at PPR Gombak Setia, because we know that there has been a lot of various initiatives on the environment, on farming, on entrepreneurship, and coming from the majority of us who come from design school or built environment school, we also wanted to share about how creativity can potentially become a source of income. And then we know that it's also good for mental health, and that as shared by the previous two speakers, it can become a platform for us to advocate certain issues. If you wanted to voice out something to the public in a creative way, in a subtle way, art and creativity can be that. And we have three main objectives for this project. Is first, to create a platform for community-based creativity for the youth. So we try to come up with modules on art, on how to do a mural, and how for them to communicate their ideas and using various communication media. And we also wanted to facilitate the learning process and skill transfer between us at the university and our students, and also between artists that we might work with together later to the community. And essentially to also improve the physical surrounding of the community area and to reinforce the sense of place and the sense of belonging for the community. So, just to share a bit of literature review and some background study of this project. So we know that external and outdoor spaces reflect the image or the sense of place of certain community. And then when a place has a good image, a positive image, it does increase the sense of belonging, and people would feel more attached to their community places, and essentially it would help them to help sustain it, do good things to it when they become appreciative of the place that they live in. And then there are various research and projects, and I think the whole team here who's doing on art would agree with this, that art and public art can become part of community placemaking, because the community also become part of the art project. So it's not only left to the artist alone, and as the projects shared before, it becomes part of the public space and the public activities to appreciate the art as well. So it moves away from making art just as solely an elite part of the society, but everybody can be engaged in art. And then various research have also found that team creativity can be nurtured through psychosocial and psychomotor skill. And doing teamwork, doing the work together, people can learn from each other, even people from different age, children and adult, and then even academics from the community and professionals. So it can also help us to improve our various soft skills, not just the creative skill. And then at the end, of course, we know that attractive and clean spaces can increase utilization by community. And that is what we hope to achieve through the project and at the end of the project. Okay, so our target group are actually members of the youth club and residents of PPR Gombak Setia. So for the youth club, they range from the age of 15 until 35. So this is actually quite a big range of age, because you have the teens and adolescents, you have young adults, and you have those working adults. So it's quite an interesting mix, but this is by definition what youth means in IUM. So the project duration is for 1 year. It kicked off last year in August. But of course, due to the MCO, we had to do some adjustments, and then we had to do some delay. And then I believe that is the nature of most projects, and it hit worldwide. So we had to detour and adjust our methodology. And the expected project outcomes are these items, which is we wanted to reactivate a communal space for them. And then we wanted to do mural together with them. Usually in the university, sometimes or the students, we would be doing the mural for the community. But for this particular project, we want the community to do it with us, because we want them to also go through the process, to know how concepts are derived, to know how we plan for the material, so that we are just facilitating or guiding them and then getting them to do the process with us. And then while doing these activities, we incorporate and integrate different creativity modules. Now, I must tell you that these are not complex or very complicated high-end module. They are very simple things that you will see later. And then at the end, we hope to see some improvements in their creative skills, so they won't be afraid to explore on something creative. You know, the anxiety or maybe the fear that people will have when they see a blank canvas or blank sheet of paper. You know, sometimes the question is, where do I start? You know, I don't want to make a mess. I don't want to ruin this very beautiful paper. So we want them to overcome that fear and becomes very familiar that art is actually very friendly. And then, you know, there are many ways of expressing themselves, and then it's something that can be done even as part of a hobby. So our project phases over the 1 year are divided into these 4 phases. So the first part is getting to know the community, because although this community is not far from us, but it's new, we have not known them yet personally. And then we really wanted to build trust because we'll be working with them, and we wanted to establish our form of communication. And then just to know what are their aspirations, what are their expectations, so that it can match with what we want to deliver to them. So that the second phase was on uplifting the communal space and then incorporating the creative modules while doing the mural. And then the third phase, which is our second project, is currently ongoing for art and digital and STEM module. We also want to integrate science, technology, and also mathematics. And then our final phase of the project would be on involving the industry to share with them about, you know, presentation, to make them have an exposure to the various ambitions and the potential they can have. And hopefully at the end, we would like for them to organize a project where we only facilitate from the background. So hopefully the youth club later on can become the catalyst to do these projects for other communities nearby their area. Okay, so these are some of the existing artworks that we found, existing talents that we found nearby the walls of our house. So this fellow, I was told that he would change the mural or the painting that he would paint outside of the wall of his house. So it shows that the talent is already there. And the fact that the community did not ask them to repaint or erase it, which means there's a certain level of acceptance. Because the community leader was one who told us, oh, do you want to see an artwork that our member has done? So, you know, they were quite proud of it. Okay, so this is the space that we work with. It was formerly a kindergarten. So if you know the high-rise apartments or flats in Malaysia, usually at the ground floor, there would be spaces such as the community operation room. Maybe they have rooms for classes, computer classes, or for nursery. So this particular space was actually formerly a kindergarten that has not been used for a long time. So it has stopped operating, and then it became an abandoned space. So in phase 1, I think for us, this engagement took a bit of a time. First, because of MCO, we had some hiccups, you know, after we have met, and then a long break. And it was quite difficult to meet online because it's not the same as meeting face to face, seeing the smiles, hearing the voice. So we spent quite a lot of time to meet the community and identifying their needs. So the first step was actually, you know, although we have a proposal and idea, so we wanted to present it to them to hear their feedback, because we did not want to do something that is actually they're not interested in. Or maybe they felt that something else was a priority. So it was, you know, pitching and discussing and then sharing what would be the benefit, and then how this could become a project for them to even get the community together. And for your information, the youth club was actually newly established in 2020, very recent. And then their first project was actually the youth got together to collect food to help those that are in need during the MCO. So we see that the spirit of teamwork was already there, and then they felt that what we proposed was in line with the spirit that they wanted to bring to the youth and the community. So the second part of getting to know together was build trust and teamwork. So Adab Youth Garage is the NGO that we work with. So when we first met them online, we asked for their suggestions and experience because they have worked with, I think, 10 public housing community area. And then initially our team, we just wanted to go ahead and start with a workshop on mural activity. So they shared with us that, actually it's very important to meet face to face first, and then just do something that is maybe not related to the workshop, but just to work together and build trust. So this NGO was able to get a sponsor from an industry, which is Sunway, of 100 food packs to be distributed to those in need during the MCO. So we were very thankful to them. And then what we had to do was that we became the sort of the middle person to work with the community and ask the youth club, okay, to identify the list of people that would be qualified for these food packs. And then it was, based on that trust, we arranged a date and time to deliver the team. And as you can see, those are wearing the yellow and red and blue shirt are from the community. And then from the dark blue are from the NGO. And there's actually about 15 to 20 of them on that day who came down to help unload the food packs, and then they distributed to the community. And I think although this happened only for about over 2 hours, it was a great first meet up because we have already started to build trust and teamwork together. So then, it goes back to being online. And this was also an experience for the community members as well, because they work and then we have to find a suitable time at night. And then, just trying to get that rhythm, how it was when all of us did first online meetings when first MCO hit us. So it was adjusting, getting to know each other, being comfortable with the device, the platform, and also discussing. So we had multiple discussions and planning online. So we would always try to get feedback from them and hear the suggestions. For example, what would be the most suitable time, that the youth would be available to join? What would be the most suitable method of delivering something? Okay, so we started with an ice-breaking session first. We had to conduct this online because we just wanted to do something casual before doing a formal briefing of the program. So it was basically introducing our names, where we're from, our background, and then we even arranged like an online treasure hunt of the community spaces. So my team members developed some clue for the community to guess, what spaces they're talking about. And then part of the community members were actually also the facilitators. So they work together. Okay, so, and then after that, we decided to conduct a very short survey to those participated. So this is not a huge crowd, and we are okay with working with a small crowd because we know it's, we have to start small. Of course, we wish to have 50, 100 respondents and participants, but we have to start somewhere. And we do value and honor these respondents to share their opinion. So before conducting the workshop further, we wanted to ask them what was their most preferred social media platform. So as you can see, WhatsApp and Facebook were the main ones. So that became our main medium of communication. And then in terms of gadget ownership, most of them own smartphone. So when we do online things, we have to consider that it must be able to be viewed and to be done using a smartphone, not a laptop. So screen size, activities that we need for them to do, it has to be suitable for that. And then as part of that, we also conducted creative interest survey. So as you can see, this survey was conducted in Bahasa Malaysia. So the blue one indicate not interested, red, somewhat interested, and orange, very interested. So we asked them about several activities. As you can see here, drawing, there's somewhat interested and very interested. And then mural and graffiti. So we have a lot of interest, high interest, and also somewhat interested. Giving presentation, okay, somewhat interested and also very interested. And then doing the design work, such as doing logo, poster, banner, or t-shirt, if they wanted to make this as part of their business. So you can see that about more than 50% somewhat interested. And then using design software or apps such as PowerPoint, Canva, Adobe Photoshop, InShot, or other video editing software. So we have a good range of somewhat interested and interested. And on robotics and technology, also equally somewhat interested and interested. And the most used social media platforms. So learning on how to use social media platforms. So we can see that majority of them are somewhat interested and interested. And then taking photos and videos using smartphone. So we had good response from this as well. So we wanted to know this to gauge, from the projects that we do, how else can we diversify it? And if it is something that they're interested in, that is something that we can incorporate in our creative module. And doing group activities. So this is good to know. So most of them are in the interested range of doing group activities. And then it's interesting to find that quite a number of them is not interested in doing individual activity. So which means that collaborative activity or team creativity is something that is relevant to what they're interested in. Okay, so as part of getting to know the community, we also interviewed the community leaders to understand their motivation and vision. So Cik Farida on the top is the secretary for the community association. So she mentioned about continuity. So she hopes that projects that we do with the community will have a continuity, if not from the same team, but we also have from other team from the university. So what we are doing at the moment with the help of our team members, that after our project has been completed, now other researchers from IIUM is also engaging with the community to do other activities. And then we also have a subject on University in Action, where the students will also be involved with the community, so that it will not become just a one-off engagement. And then below is the president of the youth club. And then his aspiration and motivation is actually to make the youth, proud of the community they live in, make it safe, make it a good environment. And he really has high expectations that the youth will be able to lead the community better in the future. Okay, so this is the space condition before the project. So as you can see, as an abandoned formerly kindergarten area that has not been used, so there's a lot of litters because it has not been utilized. So once the project has kicked off, the youth community helped to clean up the space, and they were able to obtain a permission to use the space as part of this communal space. So it became a project and a reason for them to reactivate this space as well for their activities. So we started to measure the site for space beautification, because before we even do the mural, we wanted for them to have a space that later on they can do other activities. So creating a functional space is very important, and also it has to be comfortable and then something that can be a refreshing view as compared to other spaces there. So our team came up with a design proposal for Ruang Sijatru, which means a prosperous or peaceful. Sijatru means peaceful or prosperous. So Ruang means space. And then with the size of the space, we thought that, rather than having one big table, we would want modular tables, so that depending on the activity, the tables can be easily reorganized into groups or into individual, and there are various sizes that can accommodate different activities. And we identified a big wall where they can actually do the mural. And from this idea, again, it was very important for us to get feedback from the community, because we always want a buy-in from them. We don't want to be just encroach in their space with proposing something which is our ideas alone. We want them to also become a part of it. And of course, alhamdulillah, they are happy with it. So then the project started to take shape. With the new walls, we shared new timber work tables, chairs and stools, and also art supply. So the space that was once an abandoned kindergarten now looks more like, like a studio that activities can be done. So here we begin our first mural brainstorming workshop. So I'm sharing with you this detailed process, because I think before I did this project, I also learned from a project by Dr. Adel in UAE. When he shared the process, sometimes we see the end product, but we don't realize actually there's a lot of planning and process that goes into it. So we did a pre-workshop mural preference. Again, we wanted to know what are they interested in. So based on this survey answered by 14 respondents using Google Form, we found that there's actually a running theme. They liked something that had natural elements, something that is like a doodle sort of artwork, and then something that is vibrant. So that became a clue for us to help design the mural later on. Okay, and then in the mural brainstorming workshop, before we even designed the mural, we wanted for them to be comfortable with, pens, markers, and papers. So our team members did the module 1 with his freehand drawing with confidence. So the task was like, okay, draw anything. We did not give any cue or any clue, anything that comes to their mind. So some of them draw food, some of them draw washing machine, some of them draw their motorcycle. So it's quite interesting to know, things that are in our mind are usually common things that surround us. And then later on, we start to give maybe some clue. Okay, maybe now draw something that you want to, like a logo, like a poster, something that you want to promote. Because we want them to know if they were, to do a campaign, what would be something that they want to promote to a community. And then this will be the findings that I will share a bit later. So in the second module, we did the mural preference selection physically as well. Since they are there, we wanted to see the consistency of those who answered in the Google form with those there on site. And then it was pretty much the similar finding of what sort of mural that they liked. And the third module was capturing basic forms and stroke. So from the mural that they liked, our team member identified some simple forms that they can learn to draw and practice their stroke. So since most of the mural that they chose had natural element, so it was simply to draw strokes of leaves to become abstract pattern or to become patterns of the leaves. And as you can see here, this is a comparison of the before and after. The one on the left was actually the drawing that we did not give them any prompts. So they just drew what was on their mind. And then on the right one was the guided one after we have showed them, demonstrated how they can move the paper, use the pen to create a more free flow stroke. And then for module 4 was we shared how they can present the ideas. So it was basically using 3 simple steps, such as first, briefly introduce your name. And then second, to talk about your theme. What is the theme that you want to present? And then third, maybe for them to highlight 3 objects or 3 elements or shapes that they use in the theme. So every one of them used this structure to present their idea and the project. And this was actually the point where we want to find out what are the possible elements and concepts that we can make the big mural at the wall. And finally, in the 5th session was synthesizing the collective idea. So our team member, after having listened to all the presentation, synthesized several similar concepts and similar aspiration that the members of the community had. Okay, so from after that session, we did a survey from the mural brainstorming, and then all 7 respondents gave the score 4 or 5 out of 5, which means that they are satisfied with the improvements on their basic drawing skill, improvement on their presentation skill, and the workshop was conducted clearly and easy to follow. Although it was a short while, it was good enough for us to know that, okay, we are on the right track. So I'm going to share a short video of the workshop that we did. Okay, you're able to hear the sound, right? The music? You can hear the music? Okay, all right. So then in the following workshop in February, we started to plan and put together the ideas from the community for the mural, and then we wanted to proceed with the outline and painting workshop. Okay, so from the collective ideas, we went through the design ideation and collaborative illustration phase. So from their ideas, from what they have presented, so our team members sat together and then throw in our ideas and see how we can synthesize and make this into one design. So it was a collaborative input. And this is what we came up with. And the concept is community Sijatru, which is peaceful and prosperous community. And these were the three main aspiration or findings from the community. First of all, they wanted the mural to reflect a green and safe environment. So I think on this part is very much in line with the theme of the webinar, art, climate change, and environment. So the community also wanted the mural to reflect a green and safe environment. And then the second theme, they wanted the mural to reflect teamwork and helping each other, because they want this spirit to continue, and they want when people look at the mural, will be reminded of the teamwork values. And then the third one is they wanted the mural to reflect a diverse and multicultural community, because the residents there are indeed multicultural and diverse. There's families, young people, children. So this is what we try to incorporate in the mural. As you can see, the high-rise building, some elements of nature, and then some activities of people doing charity, walking, recreation, integrated into one mural. And in order to do the project, so we had to devise a step-by-step approach, because we should assume that it might be their first time. So we need to organize how we work. So we decided to do the mural execution outline using 2 projectors for them to trace the outline on the wall. And then in terms of coloring, because it might also be their first time, we decided to use the paint by numbers methodology, so that we can put the numbers on the paint and then the numbers on the wall. So it will be very easy with less monitoring, and they could just on their own look into the numbers, look into the paint, and then paint themselves. So it can be very much self-directed activity. And as we have the space, we also plan for the paint stations. How do we distribute the station? Because of the SOP, we didn't want people to crowd in one place for too soon, and we didn't want it becomes chaotic scene to complete the mural. Okay, so we spent half day during the mural outlining activity. And then, after a demonstration for our team member, it was very much straightforward, and they all took their Sharpie pen and started to draw an outline on the wall. And then right on the second day, we spent 2 days of mural coloring activity on Saturday and Sunday, and we were able to complete it on Sunday evening. So some of the participants were actually late 30s and ranging from those that are just recently finished high school, or in their final year, about 17 to 18 years old. So quite a range of age. And they also learn how to mix the paint and use the brush on the wall. So each time we're doing something, we would call them, to have a look, so that they can know how certain colors become a certain color, and to know that it's not a scary process. One day, if maybe their teachers at school would ask them to do a mural at school, so it's something that they're already familiar with and have done so. So this is the completed mural project at Ruang Sijatru, and now it becomes a backdrop, when we want to take group photos, and it's just there to give a vibrant feeling. And then the aspirations that the community have are all integrated in the mural. And we did, for this time around, we recorded interviews instead of survey. So 4 of the respondents shared that, actually most of them, it was the first time to do mural. They have not done mural before. Although maybe most of us have done mural in schools, but maybe even in university, only you get that opportunity. So it was the first time. And then initially, they were not confident to paint the wall. We can see their hesitation the first time when we briefed them, because of course, like if we have not done something, we are afraid of making a mistake. But after the demonstration of the technique and then showing them how to do it, they felt more confident to paint. And then we can see the joy in their faces after the project has been completed. Okay, so that is about the mural workshop. So this one I'm just going to share briefly because it's still ongoing. So we recently did a smartphone photography workshop where we shared with them how to do layout, how to use natural lighting to do workshop. I will not share about this in this session, just to give you a teaser of it, maybe in a different platform. And then the second workshop that we did was actually canvas bag design workshop led by Dr. Izawati, who will be sharing a workshop on tote bag design later. So this was also joined by the members of the community. We did not have a lot of participants for these two workshops because of the timing, but nonetheless, like I said, we value the time of those that have joined, and then we proceed with the activity anyways. So I'm going to end with some key takeaways of the project. So the first one that we have learned so far is that we know that community project takes time, and that it depends on the nature of the project, the target group involved, and also the approach of the engagement to meet the project aim. So different project may have different ways of approach, and it may have different challenges and different methodology. And then the second one is that work as a team among the project members and also the community members. I think our team is very fortunate to have very committed and also enthusiastic team members. And then also a community partner that is willing to do the activities and join and find participants. The third one is that, improvise as you go to reach the desired outcome. Sometimes things don't work as planned and we need to re-strategize, and that is okay. That is a part of any project. And number four, something simple to us can be the community's first time. So it can be a new experience to them, which is good. And this is where the knowledge transfer can happen even in small ways by giving exposure and hands-on activity. And then finally, we believe that process is as important as the outcome. And we learn a lot through process to reach the outcome. So I'm going to share with you a very short 2 videos. So these videos we uploaded in our Instagram. So they're from IG video and also Reels. And okay, let's see it.
Be a hero, you can get the goals. Breaking all the records for your pride.
Okay, and then the second video.
So can we skip to the good part?
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you. So we only upload some of our works at Creative Project Instagram. We haven't established our website yet, but do follow for updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khalila. Maybe. I think we need to Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Can we share? They turn on the mic and stuff. Okay, we're just gonna sort out some technical matters here. Dr. Khalida, please stay online for a while.
Okay, sure.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, hold on, yeah, let me just. I find it very interesting, Dr. Halila, your sharing, and it really resonates with me because I do work with community as well. So one thing that resonates with me is the idea of how before starting with the real intent of the project, the team took time to build trust and teamwork with the community, and also getting the community to be involved in the decision making. So on that note, participants, you can also type out your questions on the chat box. If you have feedback, please do so. You are welcome to do so. I have one from Dr. Hanis, Diana Nizar, and she's saying that I'm very glad to be part of this project. We had so much fun together with the community. Kudos to the team. It's really impressive, and I personally would actually love to see the outcome of the project anytime. So if you have question, anyone, please type up your questions in the chat. If I don't get it now, maybe later, and then we can, if Dr. Halila is around, then maybe we can also read it out to her. If not, then we can pass it to the organizer. On that note, we are moving into the most awaited art workshop by Associate Professor Dr. Izzati Tukiman. Dr. Izza's session is entitled Upcycling Eco Shopping Bag. Dr. Izza is from the Department of Landscape and Architecture, also from the Kuliah of Architecture and Environment Design. On that note, over to you, Dr. Izza.
Thank you very much, Shida. May I share my screen? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning to all, especially Dr. Hiroko and Mr. Toshiyuki. And I am very honored to be given this opportunity to conduct an art workshop using an upcycled t-shirt as an eco bag. Okay, since that we are quite running out of time, and I believe we will end our workshop at 3. So I will try to my best to explain how to do this eco bag step by step as brief as possible. Okay. My session will be divided into 3 parts, which first I will be giving some introductions of an eco bag, and then later it's going to be the step by step to eco bag art, and then later, soon after I brief about the step-by-step process, we will leave the participant with the activities on how they can do how they will do the eco bag. So a video of step-by-step to eco bag will be shared later. Okay, for your information, clothing industry was identified as second largest contributor towards pollution issues and environmental issues that was highlighted such as water pollution, which 20,000 liters of water are needed to process 1 kilogram of cotton. And then on top of that, it produces 7 to 30% of world water pollutions. And on top of that, in addition to that, it also contributed to global carbon emissions. So we should remind ourselves that we owe our current living spaces from our future generations, and therefore we should be responsible to ensure that we will leave a healthy and peaceful living environment to them. These are some suggestions that we can start to educate ourselves, which we might not need to be too influenced by fashion. Just be creative with what we have, because trust me, you will not look good, but you will look great with what you have. And then give away your unwanted clothes as pre-love. Either you sell it or you can donate. And then, as what we are going to do today is that do upcycling of an old T-shirt into many things, such as bags, pillow covers, toys, and many more. Okay, and today I'm going to guide you on how you can do your no-sew eco bag from a T-shirt and personalize it with your creativity, which you can do your artwork on your bag. Okay, there are 7 simple steps to do this bag. And then first thing that you need to do is that to have the materials. So the materials that you might need to have to do this eco bag are pre-loved T-shirts, cardboard, masking tapes or any tapes, scissors, coloring materials such as acrylic, dye, permanent markers, even a pen, and etc. And then additional accessories. This is just to beautify your outcome, such as buttons, beads, glitter powders, and many more. Just be creative with what you have around you. And then, okay, first step is that you need to fold your T-shirt into 2 and cut the collar and both the sleeves. And both of the sleeves, both sides of your the T-shirt sleeve. You may refer to the diagrams. And then, am I too fast? Because we will provide you videos of step-by-steps later. Okay, and then insert a piece of cardboard into the T-shirts. This is to stretch the T-shirt and give you a good surface for you to draw and paint. This is almost a similar concept to a canvas, a stretch canvas. Okay. Okay, next step is to use a masking tape to create a border. This border is to indicate the surface that you are going to do your drawings and paintings. And this is actually optional. Some might like to have your drawing without a border. So this is up to you based on your creativity. As in my case, I need a border to paint my background. So this is examples. You may try different techniques to create backgrounds. For example, you may use hatching techniques with permanent markers as a background. Don't limit yourself, just be confident and let yourself to explore with art. Okay, the step 5 is to draw and paint. You can draw on the T-shirt using markers or pencil. And in this picture, I'm using a stencil technique. What I did is that I printed a pattern. This is examples. Let me. Can you see this? Okay, this is examples of a pattern that I printed from the internet on an A4 paper. I cut it out and use it as a stencil. So you have many options other than this stencil technique. You can draw an object or pattern and paint it, or you can use a stamping technique. For example, you can use a bottle cap to create circles and many more. Okay. Next, you need to cut a slit at the bottom part of the T-shirts. Be careful using the scissors. It is up to you on the length of the cut that you are going to do, because this will give a different effect to the back. I will show some example later. Okay, refer to diagram, tie a knot. You may add beads to the knot, and be careful with the wet paint because it might you might disturb the paint later during the tying the knot process. And now it is completed and it can be used as book tote, shopping bag, laundry bag, and etc. So these are some examples of complete step to nose to back. See the bottom part, which the fringe, the tie and knot part at the bottom of the shirts. So this is one of the examples, and another examples that I would like to show here is a different fringe over at the bottom, which it has a longer fringe. Okay. Well, by doing this eco bag, we can now stop using single-use plastic bag. Okay. And now, this is supposed to be the session that we are waiting for, which all participants, we do hope that you have all your materials with you. So now you can, we will share, have you shared the link? Okay, we will share the video link at the chat box. Yes, yes, sure. Yeah. Okay. So once you complete your eco bag, please send it to the secretariat because we will upload it and display it in our virtual gallery. So this will be displayed and many can see this. Even Dr. Hiroko and Mr. Toshi in Japan can view all the outcomes from this project. So a step-by-step video, we will show it later. And then we will end these activities at 3 p.m. And we hope that you can share your photos before 3. And then last, we will allow everybody to browse the virtual exhibition once the secretary have completed the uploading process. And then I do hope that we left you with enough time to complete your eco project. So this is, I'm going to open the video now for you to view. Ini boleh share tak? Let me stop and you share. I stop to share. Share. Dr. Irina will share the video. Tak boleh, I tak boleh share. Kita boleh share tak?
Okay, we are going to start the workshop now. Dr. Iza, how are we going to do this? Okay, so participants, you are also advised to watch the video again that was shared in the chat box, and then it's basically your own time and to prepare the eco bag until what time do we have? Until 3 p.m. So Dr. Iza left some instructions is once it's ready, it has got to be sent to the secretariat, and then it will then be uploaded to the gallery. So from now, which is the time with me is 12:16 until 3 p.m. is your own time to prepare the eco bag based on the YouTube video. You can access the link in the chat box, and then after that come back by 3 and make sure that you also submit your final product to the secretariat, and then after that we will resume the event. So Dr. Rina, are we so participants, the Zoom room will be still open, so please stay online, all right, as you prepare your eco bag, and then we will then resume by 3. Okay, all right. Any questions before that?
Oh, aku kita boleh sebut nah, siapa boleh jadi baca?
繋いでるからね、向こうに行っといて。ね。
聞いた。
はい。聞こえるといけないので。聞こえてます。
Are we okay to start, Dr. Irina? Or? Assalamualaikum, very good afternoon. We'll be starting in a short while. And we're going back to Dr. Iza's art workshop session. And yeah, and Dr. Irina will be sharing some of the images of the eco bags that have been created by our participants. Are you ready, Dr. Irina? Okay. On that note, I'll pass the session over to Dr. Irina.
Thank you, Shida. Okay, good afternoon, participants. Thank you very much for those who are still with us until this afternoon. So I would like to share our virtual gallery based on our short period of time to produce the eco bag from used t-shirt, or call it as upcycle from the eco shopping bag. So here is among the result of the eco shopping bag. Okay. We have this bag from our students. Okay. And then the previous one is the first eco bag result from Dr. Iza. And this is another eco shopping bag by using the hibiscus or bunga raya represent the Malaysian formal icons, yeah, for the nations, yeah. And we have also the result from our friends, sister Amira. We are sharing the material and using our own creativity. And this is another eco shopping bag with bohemian look. And we use the technique of the owls, yeah, from the owls, pictures of the owls from our sister Ivana. And then we are still in the process also to finalize. We have another three or four, yeah. Let us waiting for the upload of the new another 4 eco shopping bags. Yeah.
Dr. Irina, perhaps you can share the link on the chat box.
For the virtual gallery, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. For those who want to upload your eco shopping bag that you produce line, yeah? So you can share in our virtual gallery, which is we will put it into together with our YouTube. Yeah, did Dr. Hiroko is there?
Yes, I'm here.
Boleh. Okay. Is there any
Hello?
new eco bag need to upload some more? Or they're still using, they're still doing the artwork?
まだやってる人がいる。なるほど。わお。
Yeah, if you are looking at the
Very
camera,
nice.
rather still preparing the final eco bag.
Yeah. まだ作ってる人がいるの
Maybe you can show us in the video. Brother, can you show us on the video the camera? So we are now live. So this is, yeah.
見えた
Camera is there.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
All right. All right. We are still need to upload
Yeah,
the
very
virtual
nice.
gallery.
Very nice.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Irina, for sharing that. Okay, I'm pretty sure that the ones that are currently finishing or making their last touches of their eco bag will then upload the photos later. On that note, shall I pass it to Dr. Iza? Any?
Iza, you would like to give a final speech?
Shall I pass it to Dr. Iza? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you everybody who have been participated and very supportive in this job. And I do hope that we can have more this kind of activities, especially collaborating with Japanese companies. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Iza.
Right.
And it was a very interesting activity, and seeing everyone making and drawing on the bags have been a really fulfilling activity. Dr. Irina was saying that she feels younger. So you'll be expecting more eco bags from Dr. Irina. Okay. All right. On that note, we have reached the final leg of the workshop. But before we adjourn, let me just share my screen. Before we adjourn, we like to invite Assistant Professor Dr. Hiroko again. To give the closing remark. And on that note, Hiroko Sensei, dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Over to you.
Okay, thank you once again for your time today. We would like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for the webinar and workshop on a new and this unique topic of art and climate change, and for giving us the time to talk about our activities. So
cannot hear.
I think we learned. Can you hear?
Cannot.
Oh. Hello.
Can you repeat again?
Oh, I don't know why, but my Siri is done. Okay. Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Am I okay? Okay. Can I start again?
Yes.
Okay. So the first is, I think we learned 3 things from today's webinar. And the first is that what is required for climate change is our own transformation. So I think our ultimate goal is not just to reduce plastic bags, Rather, we must create a society based on the value of the connection between people and nature towards a lifestyle that does not require the production of plastic bags. So it is also important to have a place where we can question our past society and explore past and present society and explore and share the value of sustainability once again with many people. So I believe we have a mission, we educators have a mission to create such a place together with artists, creators, and local communities. So secondly, I think the transformation towards sustainability does not happen in meetings or within individuals, but it starts in encounters between different fields. So we educators and higher education institutions should should get down from our ivory towers and first of all, work together with the local communities closest to us. And that is where art can play an important role. I believe that knowledge is on the ground. Thirdly, I believe that ESD and climate change education, which are promoted together with local communities, must have something in common. So that is fun, or you say enjoyment, or maybe Sijatru in your word, in your language. So if you are not having fun, others will not come to you. So for example, stop something, stop, stop CO2, stop, etc. And not with angry sanctions, but with having fun first and foremost. And that is where art can once again contribute. So for example, in the Tsunagi Art Museum's resident participatory art project, it's not very effective if people who originally like art are invited to participate in the art project. But when people who didn't even like art participate in it, then others say, is it that much fun? You are going to join that project, then I will go too. So things are like that. I think today's webinar had all three of these elements. So it was very successful, and I am very thankful for that. And we still hope, Toshi and I hope that we do it again in person, physically at the next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiroku Sensei, for the summaries. And I think I agree with all the 3 points. And definitely when climate change is concerned, it's not just about reducing plastic bags. It's definitely participatory action taking, and it's got to come from the heart. And we all have got to go down to, from our ivory towers, because everyone has got a responsibility and a role to play when it comes to reducing our carbon footprints and whatever that is related to climate change. And it's all about transformational lifestyle change. And are we willing to do that? Even though for the price of some inconvenience on our part. So on that note, we have one final activity, which is, I think, is everyone's favorite, which is photo taking. So shashin onegai shimasu. So what we're going to do is that everyone's going to turn on their camera, and after that we can just take a photo. So everyone ready? Anyone that is online, can we, or maybe the ones, you can look at the camera there, not there, the camera is here. Okay, all right. At the count of 3. Okay, Nurul Haura, are you going to turn on your camera? No. Okay, all right. Okay, look here, yeah? All right, you're supposed to look here. Okay, okay. At the count of 3. 1. Is there. Here. Here, the image is there. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. Okay. On that note, we end the session, and thank you for a great session, and we hope to see everyone again soon. Assalamualaikum. Thank you so much. Arigatou.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Bye.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.